Everyone, I am officially live yet again. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you were watching live, welcome. If you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. As always, I have some fun questions for you all tonight, and I am currently reading two books. I am still in the process of reading Trevor Noah's Born a Crime, which is absolutely excellent. I am on page 204, so I've made significant progress in this because it's not even 300 pages long. So I just need to get to page, let's see, 83, 84, 85, 285. And I will have completed it. And then I started a new book that I have been interested in since I saw it advertised, and that is Mad Honey by Jodi Picoult and Jennifer Finney Boylan. And I love this so far. I've only read the first chapter, but the reason that I'm enjoying it so much is because, if you can tell, or you've been around a little bit, all of my bee memorabilia and everything that I know about bees, I've studied bees since I was in high school. And it's really cool because one of the characters in here is a beekeeper, and she talks about all of the things that I know about, and legitimately interesting and good information where you can tell that the authors knew what the heck they were talking about. And I love that. It also jumps right in to the main plot of the book, which of course is surrounding a murder. So very interesting. So also, just to note, if you look at me on camera and you're like, wow, Alex, you look really red today. I do, and I'll get into that later, but I got pretty badly sunburnt, and it's toned down significantly since Sunday, but it's still, fairly bright, and I have very pale skin. So you're just all going to kind of have to deal with me a little bit tonight looking like a cherry tomato. So I thank you for that well in advance. If you want to know what I did before I started my video, I amped myself up by giving myself 2 thumbs up because I'm still getting used to all of the animations for the camera, and I still find it absolutely hilarious. So you might see me just throughout the night doing the random little, I don't know, the little things. It's fun. I might even do the little devil horn thing because I really like the laser light show in the back for sure. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on where you are in the world and how warm it is near you. But tonight, I will be drinking water as well, but I am having a Cider Boys. I discovered that Cider Boys now comes in a can. And that is very exciting to me because I was able to get a variety pack with 3 different flavors. And this one is a peach apple. And I love Cider Boys. It has the consistency of beer, but tastes like a cider. So it's basically perfect. If I have the option to pick any cider over anything else, I'm going to choose Cider Boys pretty much every time. And I will go ahead and hop on over just to see everybody who's left a lovely comment so far. And Christina came on the earliest. When did she leave this? Oh gosh, it's 7:45 a.m. So she beat everybody. And she said, "Good morning, good evening, Alex. Just popping in to hug the like button before we get on the road. Happy sprinting." Well, thank you so much, Christina. That's very sweet. And I hope you're having safe travels. Heidi, hello. And Heidi says, Alex, Bo Balix, Bo Mana, Nana, Nana, Fofana, Fee Fi, Fo Mana, Alex. Thank you, Heidi. Welcome to Friday Night Lights. And Kat says, hey, Alex and Heidi, happy Friday, ladies. Hoping y'all are both doing well. I am doing all right, Kat. Thank you. A lot of good productive things going on at the house this week. And I also took vacation next week, a whole week of vacation just for myself to do whatever I want. So I'm really excited about that. I don't have any major plans, not traveling, not going anywhere. I'm going to sit and be a potato because I have earned being a potato. I'm so looking forward to it. Hello, Nicole. Nicole says, "Hi, Alex. Happy to be here. Happy that you made it. Reading The Rain Heron. It's good, but I have many questions and only 30 minutes to go." No. Well, one of two things will happen. Either they'll just info dump on you and you get all your questions answered, or you're going to be left with a bunch of questions. And I don't know which is worse. It depends, I guess, on the type of book that it is. Heidi says, "Hi, Kat. Yes, my hockey team keeps on winning, winning, winning. Good. I'm glad to hear that." And Kat says, "Hey, Nicole." And Nicole says, "Hi, Heidi and Kat." And Faye, welcome, Faye. Faye says, "Hello. I'm reading The Violin Conspiracy by Brendan Slocum." Very nice. Or Slocum. I didn't say that right. Slocum. And Nicole says, "Hi, Faye." And Kat says, "Go Heidi's hockey team." And Jessica, hello. Jessica says, "Yay. Hi, Alex. Doing a lot of housework today and grocery shopping. So in and out." Well, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Good luck with all the shopping. Faye says, "Hi, Nicole." And Nicole says, "My family just recently read Mad Honey. They all liked it and found it surprising." Oh, good. I like a good surprise. I'm one of those people that I'm a pretty good guesser about the way that a book will end, and I always get really frustrated when I guess correctly. Some people get really excited. They're like, "Yeah, I did it." And meanwhile, I'm over here like, "Damn it. Do something else." So I'm hoping that I will not guess what happens. Nicole says, "Jessica." And Jessica says, "Hello, Nicole." Heidi says, "Hi, everyone. I just picked up Weird Sisters again." Yes, it's so good. Not sure why I initially put it aside. I don't know why you did either. I love Weird Sisters. Terry Pratchett's the shit. So that's awesome. I'm glad you're having a good time. Kat says, "Hey, Faye and Jessica." And Faye says, "I did think you had a certain glow about you." Thank you. Yeah, that's what we'll say. We'll say I'm glowing and not that I'm pink. And you said, "Hi, Kat." And Nicole says 30 pages, not minutes left. Oh, okay. I was totally mistaken there. That's not great. Good luck. Kat says, "Woo woo, vacation time for Alex Potato." Yes, my vacation officially starts on Wednesday. I'm happy for you. We're both going to get like a little bit of vacation, which is fabulous. Are you doing anything for your vacation, Kat? I, as you know, was at my event hosting that I do every month, and I had, as you know, 178 people come. So I was running all around, and I did not get home that night until 7:30. So it was a late day for me, and I was just tuckered out. So I didn't get to hear about what is going on with you at your live. So do tell. Hey, Zach, how are you? Said hi, all, and Kat. I like how Kat is separate from all. Kat, you are special. You are not part of the everybody else. And Nicole says, "Hi, Zach." And Angel, welcome. And Angel says, "Hello. I'm going to play Dream Light Valley for a bit." Very nice. I hope that that is fun. I have not played that, but I've heard about it. So sounds great. Kat says, "No plans at the moment. I'm off until mid-August." Oh my gosh. Good for you. Oh, that sounds amazing. I was happy because one of my celebrations, I don't know why this like made me, I don't know why you saying that made me think of this, but I just celebrated 3 years at my job this week, and I'm fully vested in my pension now. And I'm just like, yes. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know why you saying that made me think, but I don't, I guess I was thinking about work. But like good, all good things are going on, so I'm happy for you about your vacation. And Kat says, "Hey again, Zach." And Jessica says, "My question to everyone is this: how would you describe reading sprints to someone who has never been to sprints before? Tried to explain it to someone last night but flubbed it." I actually had to do that with my dad because my dad joined in one time and he goes, I don't understand what was going on. And it was honestly valid. And the way that I described it to him is people sometimes like to sit together online and just chat and like answer questions and spend time with other people reading, because sometimes reading alone is great and sometimes reading in a group is a lot of fun, and it's nice to know that you just have other people around. So that's kind of how I answer it. I mean, people who don't hang out with others online might find that kind of weird, but if you're somebody who is online quite a lot, I think that's pretty normal anymore, of people just like chatting randomly, even if like somebody's half the world away. But yeah, that's what I did. Jamie, hello. You said hi, Alex, and everybody. Hello to you too. I hope you're having a great week and that everybody is getting ready to head into the weekend and then it's going to be awesome. Kat says, Zach and I hung out in the FOMO book club meeting that recently ended. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Okay. And that also makes sense why you would be like separate than Kat because he just saw you. So that's fine. And Zach said, in the US, a book called Patricia Wants to Cuddle is free on Audible. It's horror. Is Patricia some type of like tentacle monster? I don't know why I thought like Patricia would be a good name for like an octopus or something. Patricia the octopus. And Faye says, my parents can't understand that everyone can't see everyone. Oh, well, you can see other people's comments. You just can't necessarily see everyone's face. Describe it as the host is the only one on camera and everybody else is there in spirit. That's because that's, you know, it's the spirit of the thing. And Kat says, I'll be doing productivity tasks for a little bit. Oh, good, good. For anybody who hasn't answered what you are like reading or working on tonight, please let me know. If you missed it, again, I have Mad Honey tonight and Born a Crime that I'm still getting through. I did finish Chilling Effect and I completed like my mental like notes and how I was going to organize a video because I'm planning on doing a review for Chilling Effect by Valeria Valdez. Really looking forward to that. I also wanted to show you all something really fun. So one of my friends told me that she was gifted this by someone that she knew, and she showed it, and I immediately was like, I have to have that because she knows I'm a huge fan of the comic Saga. So if any of you have read Saga, so this is what the back part says. It says, "I won't buy any more books." Dot dot dot. Okay, and then there's like these little pockets where you can put your cards. Okay, we're starting out good, and then on the back it's Lying Cat, and it says lying. And I absolutely had to get one. Surprisingly, I was able to buy it from one of only two people on eBay who had it, and it was not that expensive. I was expecting it to be like $50 or something, but it was less than 20, and I was able to get it. And of course, I guess I had to, emphasize that it was a good deal because that's just part of what people do where I'm from. Um, and then Zach says, part of the fun of the book if you don't find out what Patricia is till the end. Oh, got it. Okay. That's very fair. And is it long, Zach? Like, how long is it? Is it like a novella? Is it like a short story? Heidi says, what is Mad Honey about? So, Mad Honey, and I'm not very far into it, so I'll do my best here. But basically, there is a woman and she has a very close relationship with her son, and her son has this girlfriend that he's in love with, and she turns up murdered, and people I think are assuming that he might be the one who did it, and she has to figure out like whether her son is innocent or not. So that's, and if you've read it and you're like, Alex, that's not what it is, I actually have not read the inside cover of this in a while. I'm going based off of what I remember and what happened in the first chapter, but really love the writing style so far. Interesting. I have had an issue in the past with a book that was written by dual authors because I think it can be hard to keep a consistent voice in a book. And I don't know the way that they wrote this, but I know that the chapters they alternate between characters, and I don't know if maybe like one author handled one character and another author handled another character, if they wrote them together. No idea. But the first chapter was really great, so feeling good about it. And Jamie says, oh, I have 5 rather small black rescue kittens as reading buddies today. Just arrived here yesterday. So sweet. Oh, I hope that they're all healthy and happy. Poor things. Kat says, most people think I have a podcast instead of a YouTube channel, lol. So explaining sprints to them will go over that. That is perfectly fair, though. I don't know how somebody could assume it's a podcast. I mean, unless you just don't say YouTube when you describe what you do, that's a little confusing to me. I don't know. I did actually, I should say, One of my college professors, who's a dear friend, he didn't know like what I did for YouTube either, but like my very first video, I think it was, I sent it to him and I was like, "Hey, can you provide feedback on this?" And he did. And he has ever since then called it a blog. He calls my YouTube channel a blog. He's he's in his late 70s and I love him. He's a he's a beautiful person. And Kat says their head's not just a random floating head on in the abyss. I got what you meant. And Zach says it's 6 hours and 38 minutes. That's actually pretty long for like a random free audiobook. Kat says, Alex, can we really trust what is written on the inside dust jacket? Question mark. No. No, we can't, Kat. So I get that that's the marketing promotional material, right? Like that's what's supposed to draw me in. I want to know a little bit about a book typically before I pick it up. This was one that I know that when I read it the first time, I went, that sounds great. And then I didn't have any interest in rereading it because I was like, I'll find out when I actually pick it up. Like how accurate that was. So we'll see. Robert, hello. Robert says, don't ever read the blurb on or the dust jacket. Huge spoilers. It can be if the marketing person doesn't have any idea what the hell they're doing. More often than not, rather than there being any spoiler in the dust jacket, I typically find that somebody in an effort to not tell anything that happens in the book will give paragraphs of explanation of things that are resolved in like the first 3 chapters, and then the rest of the book is nothing like what's explained in the dust jacket. I don't know if anybody else would agree with that, but that's been my personal experience is when you get through the dust jacket and then you go and you pick up the book and it's like, wait a second, I just experienced everything that was there in, the first 50 pages. I just kind of go, oh, well, guess we'll see where this goes. Kat says, no, no, I say YouTube or post links in my YouTube channel. Mind boggling. That is very strange. I don't know. Robert says, hello. Alicia, hello to you too. And Kat says, does Cameron ring a bell? Yes. Yeah, it sure does, Kat. And he wasn't mentioned at all. Yeah, Remarkably Bright Creatures, it was a perfect example of a book that somebody in marketing royally fucked up. But you know what? The people love it. There are people who love it who are not us. So, I mean, we might be in the minority there. And Faye says, my mom calls YouTube videos podcasts because a lot of the knitters she subscribes to call their channels podcasts. That makes a lot of sense. So that would be fair. Kat says, oh, Alicia! Alicia says, Kat! Kat says, well, in all fairness, there are some podcasters that are linked to a YouTube channel. That is true as well. Funny enough, anytime somebody has created a podcast and they put it on YouTube, I prefer to see the YouTube version because I like the visual element. Again, similar thing with audiobooks I have with podcasts. I don't want to sit and just have the audio playing because I find that my mind wanders or I try to find some way to multitask. But there's like something about that visual component with the audio that makes me sit down and it like has my undivided attention. Probably because I was addicted to TV when I was a kid and not like a huge radio listener, but that, I don't know. And Zach says, I'm told the cover for Patricia Wants to Cuddle has a spoiler in the US, but not the UK. What? Is it because it shows what she is? That's weird. That's really weird. Well, thank you for the recommendation, Zach. I love the title. Patricia Wants to Cuddle is a great horror title. I will get us set up for our first reading sprint. So please let me know whether you want to do 30 or 45 minutes, and I will be sure to put that up on the clock. Robert says, I'm reading A Botanical Daughter by Noah Medlock. Nice. I like that title as well. Can you tell me a little bit of what that's about, Robert? Or did you just start it? 412. Would have been funnier if you would have said 420. Missed an opportunity, Robert. And Kat said 45. Well, Kat, I had a feeling you were going to say 45. So guess what? I already had it pulled up on Pomodoro Kitty. I already had it. Because Kat is always like fastest on the draw, and I believe that she will get it. So I need to give you all your first question of the night. And my first one for you for you is weird, but so many of my questions are, right? And it's, would you rather have springs built into your legs or a cutlery set, so spoon, fork, knife for one of your hands? And if you want to say that you want it to be a spork, you go right on ahead. And Faye says, I dare you to read for the next 412 minutes straight, Robert. No, 412 hours. And Zach says, Robert, I want to read that so bad. Cool. And Kat says, cha-ching. Yes, you nailed it, my friend. So, yes, do let me know. Springs built into your legs or cutlery set for one of your hands. And I will see you all in a little bit, and I will wish you very happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got through another chapter in Mad Honey, and I'm almost through another chapter in Born a Crime. So it's a really good little sprint. And before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather have springs built into your legs or a cutlery set, so spoon, knife, fork, for one of your hands? So, very curious to see what you all had to say. And Faye was the first answer, and she said, Springs. I have dreams like that. It's fun. It does sound like a lot of fun. And Alicia says, Spring legs, Tigger style. There you go. And Robert says, Zach, it's pretty good, but light on horror, just so you know. And Zach said, Springs in my legs like Spring Heel Jack in Strawberry Summer by Stephen King. I have never read Strawberry Summer, but I love that there's a character named Spring Heel Jack. That's cool. Heidi says, cutlery set as your hands, well, knives only, is the monster in Hyperion. Check out the famous cover art. Yes, I have seen the Hyperion cover art, and that's a book that I definitely need to read because it's like one of the most acclaimed sci-fi novels of all time. But if it was all knives, that also reminds me of Edward Scissorhands. So that's another thing. Sorry, you can probably hear Bubby outside barking. Keaton's just now getting home, and so Barker's like losing his mind. Zach says, Robert, there is a classic horror collection called Evil Roots that is good and has similar stories if you're interested. There you go. Emily, hello to you as well. And you said continuing to read Organ Thieves. And how is it going? Going well? And Kat says, I'm going with springs built into my legs because it would be less dangerous for me and for others. Plus, I can spring into action as the need arises. I love that. And Jessica says, springs, boing, boing. There's no spring emoji. There isn't. I thought that sucked. Robert says, Evil Roots, Killer Tales of the Botanical Gothic, Tales of the Weird. I bookmarked it, Zach. And Robert said, so long as these implements don't need to be oiled on a regular basis, I want coilovers on my legs. I think that would be fair. Like, you're probably going to have some maintenance, but not maybe like a ton. I also think I would go with springs in my legs only because it would be better for running or walking, and I wouldn't have to worry about trying to lift something up with like a spoon, fork, or knife as a hand. So it's just me. But Faye says, I read 26 pages of The Violin Conspiracy. Good job. That's a good amount to read in 45 minutes. And Nicole says, spring legs. And Kat says, Keaton must be home. Yeah, you can always hear Barker going off like a little siren. You know what's going on. Go ahead, and if you all want to let me know how much time you'd like for the next sprint. We have like a little bit of a smaller group today, and so we're getting through the questions faster, and that's totally okay. But we can do 30 or 45 minutes. Nicole says, finish my book. Great job. Questions went unanswered, turned into choose your own interpretation. 3 stars. That is a bummer. It's so hard because there are some books. Oh, hello, Barker.
Sorry.
No, you're okay, honey.
I'm bringing a food gift.
A food gift? What is
Hot
it?
and sour soup.
Oh, thank you. Did you go to Panda?
Nope.
What is this?
Harmony.
Harmony?
Mhm.
Oh, thank you.
But
I don't think I've ever had this before.
so I'll get you a
I will
paper
get-
towel and everything too.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to give it to you while it was still warm.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, to interrupt.
You're okay.
Come on, bud.
Everybody's always happy to see you. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So whenever I finish a book and there's all these unanswered questions, if it ends and the questions haven't been answered, thanks, honey, I usually end up feeling, I don't know, like interested. Like I try to think about what things could mean, but depending on how many unanswered questions there are, it could end up being really frustrating. But on the other hand, when I finished a book and all of the questions get answered, but it's in like a rush in the end, and it feels like the author is just trying to like tie up any loose ends, that can be really frustrating too. So I do think that there's a certain amount of unanswered questions that is okay, but trying to strike that right balance is difficult. And Kat says, I got some tasks done. Good job. And Kat said another 45 minutes, so we can do that. 8,652,000 minutes. That would be a really long time, Robert. Like, you all would be long gone, and I would be left here just like turning into a dusty corpse at that point. And Nicole says, "Oh, yum, yum." Yes, I did not expect him to bring me anything. I've never had this before, and I hope that I like it. But if not, I'm sure he'll probably eat it, and I can save it. And Kat says, "Hey, Keaton, Robert Keaton. Aw, yeah, he's the best. I love him." And JB says, "I finished 50 pages in Stars Over Clear Lake. Good job. Quick reader, you." Alicia says, "I finished making hot and sour soup and read some of Moonwalker for Zombiethon." Well, we're both having hot and sour soup, Alicia, then, since I believe that's what Keaton said that he brought me. So, interested to try this. Zach says, "I got to chapter 8 and Patricia wants to cuddle. It's about contestants on a trashy reality show on a remote island." I would never have guessed that in a million years based off of the title. So thank you for letting me know. And you said I'm 11,927 days old. I could do that math. I'm curious now. How many years is that? 11,927 divided by 365. You're 32 years young, Zach. You're a youngin'. And Nicole says it's definitely intended to be a metaphor for something. I'm sure some would love that, just not my preference. Would have been a 4 otherwise. That's incredibly fair. You said, "What is the food?" I do believe that he said it's hot and sour soup. It was either hot and sour or sweet and sour soup. If you recognize this, you can let me know. I have no clue. But it came with like little crispies, like little crispy crunchy things. Ooh. Yes, I've seen these. I don't know what to call them. Have a good crisp bite though. And I have gotten to the end of my cider as well. So I think it might be time for me to get some water. And Nicole says, "Yum, yum." Yeah, I love food that isn't American. I mean, I love American food too. I mean, cheeseburgers are like one of my favorite things, but I would choose to eat like ethnic food every day if I could, honestly. Kat says, "Wontons." Thank you. Wontons. I'm used to wontons being like the little folded ones that they're like stuffed with stuff, not like a little crisp all on their own. Thank you for that. Heidi says, "Fried noodles dip in the duck sauce." Okay. And Nicole says, "Yes, Heidi." Awesome. Well, that gives me hope that I'm going to end up really liking this. And Kat says, "Maybe not." Well, we can call them fried noodles then. Robert says, "The soup looks like you should be sharing with the peoples here." I agree. You know what? If I could pass it through the screen to you, I would give everybody some, because I technically had dinner. I had like a little meatloaf and mashed potato thing, and it was decent. And Zach says, "I'm 1 day older than the internet. The first website was launched the day after I was born." What? Oh, that is so cool. I love that. Wow. I didn't realize that the internet was only, a little over 32 years old. That's crazy. Kat says, "Crispy wonton strips." Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I will go ahead and I will get the 45 minutes put up on the clock. And my next question for you is, this is one I feel like I know Kat's answer to this, but would you rather be chased through the forest by a zombie or a lion? Do tell. And Kat says, "To be exact, crispy wonton strips." Thank you for that. Well, I'm gonna put the time up here. I'm gonna try this little soup and these crispy wonton things, Jamie says, looks like hot and sour soup. I need to make some again. Very tasty. Okay, so we can confirm hot and sour soup. And be sure to answer the question, zombie or lion, and tell me why. You gotta give me like a reason. And Heidi says, my husband is bringing me home sushi tonight. My favorite food. Usually no dinner on Friday nights, popcorn and beer. Well, that is very exciting then that you're getting sushi. What kind of sushi is your favorite, Heidi? Mine is my like ultimate favorite sushi is salmon nigiri, which is the little rice ball with some wasabi under it, and then like a big fatty piece of salmon on top. I love salmon and tuna the best. Those are my favorites. My mom is a crab and shrimp gal. Kat says, yum, Heidi. So, yes, we got our first answer in for the question. So, I will go ahead and I will start the timer and I will wish you all happy reading and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ate my hot and sour soup and I like choked because the spice hit me, but I ate it. Got to have that nice spicy experience. It really opened me up. And I made it to page 223 in Born a Crime. So it's going really well so far. I would say so. I've read, let's see, I've read Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mom Died. I've read Educated by uh, Tara Westover. I've read This Is Me, or no, excuse me, Finding Me by Viola Davis. And I've read, oh, haven't I read something else, another nonfiction book? It's probably not coming to me right now, but I have this hard time with nonfiction where like I have yet to give one like a perfect 5 star because there's just something about them where I'm like, I don't know that I would ever reread this. And to me, a 5 star is like a guaranteed book that I will one day reread. Born a Crime might be that one right now where I could see myself reading this again one day. Like Trevor Noah is just that talented. It's hard. There's a lot that he talks about, but he does it with such grace. I don't know. I'm very curious to see where he stops this story because I know that I think it was Nicole had mentioned that he's going to be coming out with another one that talks more about like his life on TV and as a comedian rather than him growing up. So that's going to be super interesting. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather be chased through the forest by a zombie or a lion? I want to see what y'all had to say. Let's see. Oh, good. Got a lot of comments here. Oh, nope. I picked the wrong one. No. Okay, Faye said, I would rather not be chased through the forest, to be honest. I'll just climb a tree and let the zombie and the lion figure it out between them. That's good. Ooh, Heidi said that her sushi is spicy tuna, which is one of my favorites. So good. And Zach says there was an earlier version of the internet that connected places like universities, technically. I'm one day older than the World Wide Web. Okay. And Jessica says zombie. LOL. Zombies are slow and not very smart. But on the other hand, who has ever seen a lion in the forest? Well, if you think of like a mountain lion, you could have like a foresty mountain, I would assume. Maybe. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just a question. But good to know. Yours is a zombie. Alicia says you have to have the crispy wonton strips. Yes, and I did. I like dumped them into my soup, and that was the correct way to eat it. Kat says, Jessica, if you're in the forest, you might see an Asiatic lion. Okay. There we go. There is one. And Zach says, definitely lion. Dead is better than undead, and a lion wound is more survivable. Ah, okay. So your theory is like, well, at least if a lion gets me, but I make it out, I'm not going to turn into a zombie, like if a zombie bites you. So I like that. That's great. Heidi says, Alicia, are you liking Sharp Ends? Some new characters introduced. And Kat says, a lion could also be Asian, therefore he wouldn't harm you. Oh, Aslan. Why did I? Sorry, the L looked like an I when I was sitting back here. I don't know if that's a sign that my glasses are like I'm gonna start needing reading glasses eventually. That's gonna suck. I'm sorry. You said it could be Aslan from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe from Narnia. Yes, Aslan absolutely would not harm you. So if that's the case, I would 100% pick Aslan. Kat says, I'm going to go with zombie since I can choose the zombie's pace, which would be Night of the Living Dead slow. Well, but you just said Aslan could be the lion, so if you could pick the zombie's pace, wouldn't you pick that the lion is Aslan? I don't know. Seems like that's cheating. But yeah, I had a feeling that you were going to pick zombie cat. And Heidi says, I was thinking it would be one of those white tigers from Siegfried and Roy, but they attacked one of them in the end. Yeah, yeah, and the white tigers too. Or no, I think I was thinking of a liger because I was like, there is one species that can't reproduce; they're sterile, and that's a liger, the lion tiger breed. The white tigers, I don't know how prominent they are, or if like humans kind of bred them a little bit more for shows. I genuinely don't know, but they are wild animals and they can turn at a moment's notice. And, people always have to respect that. Heidi says, Kat, if a zombie ran into you, it would be like them running into Rick and Michonne. Is that how you say that? And Alicia says, Heidi, I'm liking it. I'm reading stories here and there in between other things. There you go. And Kat says, aw, thanks, Heidi. As long as the zombies don't run, I have a pretty good chance. Well, yeah, you read the zombie survival guide, which I now need a copy of. And Heidi says, or if you do not run into a herd, didn't one of them hide under a dumpster in The Walking Dead? And Kat says, yes, Glenn hid under a dumpster. Kat said, I'd have to lead the herd off the cliff like Carol did in an episode. What do? You like dangle a cow over a cliff for like some sort of meat and like jiggle it on a stick and be like, over here, like have them run off. I don't know. I've never seen The Walking Dead, but that's what I'm envisioning is just like a stake with like a little string tied through it, like butcher's twine, and you just have like a fishing pole, and you're like, oh, you got to be quicker than that. And Kat, you said, I think one of the worst things, and there are many about the zombie apocalypse, would be the stench from all the rotting corpses. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to live in that world. My nose is extremely sensitive, and I would be miserable. And Heidi says, Kat, I will never forget. I tried to get my husband to watch, and it was the first episode with the cannibals, and he could not believe I watched such a show. Probably the most gruesome episode. Oh, that sounds rough. He said he also could not even watch 5 minutes of Game of Thrones, not a fantasy fan. Thank goodness for BookTube. That surprises me that you all have very different interests like that, but I know sometimes that's how it works out. Keaton and I have pretty similar overlapping interests with some differences. So just to hear that he doesn't like fantasy, I don't know. That's a surprise to me. I watched the entirety of Game of Thrones, but I also understand like my dad and Sandy, they went to watch Game of Thrones and, one of how each of the Stark children, they got a dire wolf. When Sansa's was killed, that was the point when they couldn't watch the show anymore, which I respect and I understand that. But yeah, I made it through that, watched the whole thing. And Kat says, I'd have to find some path odorizer and odor eliminating solution developed for medical examiners. Oh, yeah. You could also do the whole like rubbing chapstick on your nostrils, like mint chapstick. I've seen people do that before, like when walking into like buildings that just have like a bad smell, but I don't know. That the path odorizer sounds pretty cool. And Robert says, are the zombies slow like Heidi? I don't know if you're saying Heidi is slow or if you're saying you're just asking if they're slow. I'll go with that. I'd never outrun a lion. I think the main thing with the lion is you don't have to outrun it. You just can't turn your back to it because they want to attack you from behind where they can grab you by the neck and paralyze you so that you can't continue to run. But if you face them, they're less likely to come at you. So I don't know. I'm trying to think what my answer to this would be because I like Zach's argument that at least if I got like scratched by a lion, I'm not going to get turned into a zombie. But at the same time, if it could be a slow zombie, I'd probably be able to make it out of the situation fast enough that the zombie would find some other prey and leave me alone. But I also don't like the idea of living in a world that has zombies in it at all. So from that perspective, I think I'm going to go with a lion because I don't want zombies to be real. So I'll face off. I'll face off with our real predators. Heidi says, did you see a show called iZombies? Keaton watched that. I know exactly what you're talking about. Dave from Book Blather was saying he loved it, a teenage zombie that did have issues with her decomposing. Yes. Yeah. Keaton's told me about that. I personally am not interested in watching that show, but he said it was good. Kat says, Robert, Alex didn't specify, so I say we get to pick our speed. Slow! Yes, you do get to pick. Heidi says, in World War Z, they are super fast. So, fun fact, because of Kat and her doing her zombie-a-thon for the month of May, I will actually be reading World War Z. I got a copy of it from the library. So, we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping that I'm going to like it. I don't typically read zombie stories. Kat, I don't know that I mentioned this, but when I was a teenager, I read The Forest of Hands and Teeth. I feel like I've already probably said this, but I wasn't like a major fan of it at the time, and it might have been just when I was reading it and how long it took me to read it. I don't know what I would think about it if I tried to pick it up again. So curious to hear your thoughts on that. Said also, Alex did not distinguish between the two types of zombies, flesh eating and Haitian. Haitian zombies are creepy but not life threatening. That's true too. So, yeah, I guess you can have your pick, Kat. Robert says, World War Z, those guys were all Usain Bolt. And Kat says, Heidi, I haven't seen iZombie yet. And Kat says, Robert, yes, and they can climb. Ooh. Heidi says, Kat, I think it's coming of age show, but she is a zombie. Would you rather be turned into a zombie or be 14 again? Oh, no. What a question. Would I have to be 14 again and go back in time, like to returning to the moment when I was 14, or am I going to get turned to age 14 in my current circumstances now? Because those are two very different things. I absolutely would not go back to like back in time and relive my teen years. I'm over it. I'm happy to be a full grown adult. I mean, like life can be hard sometimes, and you have expenses and crap that you don't deal with when you're a kid, but I also don't want to be a teenager again. So I don't really want to be 14 and like right now either, though. That would be really uncomfortable, especially for Keaton. That would be terrible. Both of those are terrible options. So I'm not answering. And Robert says, Keaton at the door. If he brings her truffles, I'll scream. No truffles, but I do have cheesecake. And Kat says, I'd rather be 14 again. It was a pretty good age for me. There you go. Yeah, I also thought that was funny. And Heidi says, Kat, you were lucky. I remember junior high being a true horror story. I'm sorry to hear that. For me, it wasn't that it was bad. I was a very happy teenager. It was just like the drama of friendship and cattiness and like trying to do super well in school and thinking about the future. What am I going to be when I grow up? And, living under your parents, not having much freedom, and you have no money. And I was like, I wouldn't want to be in that situation again. I like the amount of freedom that I have now. And honestly, I wouldn't really go back to school either. I did my school, I went to college. And when I was done with it and I started working, I was like, working's actually nice. I can do this. So, but maybe that's me. I know a lot of people probably would happily go back. Just, I don't think I could. Heidi says, Kat, are you going to, oh, you are going to love this. I was bullied for being a bookworm. No! I bet now it's cool to be reading. It was that Flowers in the Attic series. I can't imagine you being teased for loving books, but I mean, kids are also dumb in many times. Like people like will bully you over the craziest shit, and sometimes that still happens even as an adult, where people like poke fun about things that make no sense. But no, that really sucks. I'm sorry, Heidi. Kat says, Heidi, that's awful. No one should be bullied for being a reader. Unfortunately, it still happens. Anyone who reads a lot or is interested in the arts. Yeah, well, especially men who are interested in the arts, it's like a thing. At least when I was in high school, like people didn't come out of the closet and they didn't say whether they were gay or not. Like the community that we were in, I was very happy when I went off to college because people felt like they could be themselves, and I was in like a very liberal school, and so people could just, live their best life. But yeah, like I had friends and I knew people like in theater and in choir, and they would constantly be asked like, "Oh, are you gay or something?" Like that's a bad thing, but of course when you're a stupid teenager, to them that was an insult. So yeah, that's rough. I don't know why it's cool for like women to be interested in the arts but not men. Like I think it's a very refined thing. Heidi says, Kat, I guess things have not changed in the schools then since 1984. Like the book? No, I know what you meant, Heidi, but no, not a whole lot because kids are still going to keep being stupid. Kat says, I think a lot has to do with the school environment. I 100% agree with that, especially when you grow up in a small minded area. Faye says, I read 16 pages and watched a bit of YouTube. Very nice. Zach says, I got to chapter 12. I'm liking it a lot more than the last book I read with a reality show element, which was The Romance Recipe by Ruby Barrett. Cool. Happy for you. He said, check out You'll Never Believe What Happened to Lacey by Amber Ruffin and Lacey Lamer. It's a great celebrity nonfic. I've not heard of that. You'll never believe what happened to Lacey. I'll make a little note about that to try to see if I can find that at the library. My next nonfiction that I'm reading after this is Crying in H Mart, which I have heard excellent things about. So I'm hoping that I'm going to like it. What happened to Lacey? Okay. Faye says, life-saving advice in sprints tonight. There you go. And Zach says, I had to clean up after squatters twice. The smell is no joke. One of them had about 1,000 pounds of used cat litter. Oh my God, no. Oh, you were probably just like in a full like mask and suit in that case then, though. At least I hope you were. I would not want to be breathing that. Jamie says, I'd rather be chased by a zombie. They're dumber than lions. Lions they're pretty smart. But zombies, I feel like, are persistent because they don't run out of energy that they could potentially, like if you're the only food source around, that they would just keep following you. I don't know. I don't know if a lion would be that persistent either. I would never choose to be tracked by a polar bear because the thing is, a polar bear with as little food as there is in their land now because of how much of the ice caps have melted, they will track you for miles. They'll track you for days. They will not give up. They find you and your food, you're dead. So that to me would probably be the most terrifying animal to encounter would be a polar bear. Which is funny because I've seen them at the zoo and they seem so happy, but of course those ones aren't starving. So there you go. And Kat says, I'm reading The Forest of Hands and Teeth right now. I'm liking it, but Mary is about to make a very dumb mistake. Yeah, I do remember being very frustrated by the main character, and I can't recall if that book had a sequel. I'm obviously not going to spoil anything for you, Kat, but I will say that I was not satisfied by the ending of the book, so very curious if you are going to be satisfied with it. And Nicole says, prom is tonight and the kids are all dressed up. Oh, that's so cool. How sweet. I hope that they have a great time. Jamie says, after much FOMO, I made microwaved hot and sour soup. I'm glad that you had some. That's awesome. Also, getting towards the end of the comments right now, so please let me know whether you would like to do 30 or 45 minutes. I did not update you that because I had the soup, I was like, well, I'm just going to have another cider. I normally don't have two. I'm kind of like a one drink in a day kind of gal, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to have another one of these because I'm taking forever to have them. So I got a pineapple. It's pineapple and apple. It's very tasty. And Kat says, oh, Nicole, prom, how fun. Yeah, I still have like my photos and everything. My senior prom was definitely, I had a very different look than my junior prom. I like my senior prom photos a lot more. Zach says, I was a tank in high school. I was a walking bully prevention. That must have been nice. I wasn't bullied to my face. I mean, I'm sure that there were people who like made fun of me behind my back, but I don't know if it's that I was a nice person and people didn't want to like make fun of me because I would hear about things that people would say, but not like nobody would just walk up to me and be a dick. I really don't know why. It just wouldn't. And Faye says, bears, if it's a brown, lay down. If it's a black, fight back. If it's white, good night. Yeah, okay. If it's black, fight back. Yeah, I've seen people have to chase off black bears from attacking their dogs and they get like very scared of noise. Grizzly bears, I think, are supposed to be very terrifying, which might be why they're named grizzly bears. But I don't know. My whole thing is in one of those situations, I already know how I would be, which is that I would not, my first instinct would not be to run away because I want to be able to see it. So my first instinct would actually probably be to run at it and scream and make as like much noise as possible to scare the shit out of it and make it go away. Which probably sounds crazy, but I just know that that's what would happen. I would be like full of adrenaline and I'd be like, well, I can't run that way. So I have to run forward and we'll see what happens. Especially if I felt like I needed to protect somebody else, like I was with somebody and I'm like, well, it's either we get rid of this or one of us is going to die. Can't let that happen. So I guess it's going to be me. Um, I don't know. Kat says, I have to remind myself that this is a YA novel and Mary is young. There is a sequel. Okay, yeah. I was not interested in reading the sequel at all. And yes, she is young. However, Kat, when I read that book, I was either the same age as her or I was younger than she was in the story. And I remembered thinking that she was stupid. So, you know, questionable. Kat said, another 45. Oh, Robert over here making me do math. Except you haven't given me what any of the variables are. I don't know what X, Y, Z, or K equals. I could solve for them if you gave me 3 of them. I could solve for the 4th one. But you gotta do better than that. Kat says, I'm at my mother-in-law's eating dinner. Oh, well, I hope everyone's having a great time. And what are you having for dinner? And Kat says, good advice, Faye. It is good advice. Unless you're me, apparently. Heidi says, thank you for Friday Night Lights. Sushi, Mets, and Sapporo are on deck. Woo-hoo! Have a wonderful time, Heidi, and enjoy that Sapporo, and good luck with the Mets. Kat says, bye, Heidi. Robert says, Heidi, have a great day. And Jamie says, I never went to prom. I finally went to a spring formal with a fraternity I was in during undergrad, and it was fun, but I don't love that big a party ever. That's fair. There's a lot going on at a prom, and I mean, really at any dance. Like, I actually went to a dance when I was in college, and it's not really my scene either. Like, I never went to parties when I was in college. Like, I'm much more of like an intimate gathering type person than a like go out and dance. I kind of want to like go out and go to a club and dance one night just to be able to have that experience, but that definitely wouldn't be any sort of regular occurrence. And it might even be like a one time deal kind of occurrence. So we'll see. But I'm happy that you tried and that you went somewhere and, just saw how you felt about it. Kat says, I wouldn't have made Mary's choice. I'm not sure she's actually going to do it, but thinks she might. And he said, turkey burger and gravy with mashed potatoes and green beans. Yum. That sounds great. I hope you continue to enjoy it. I have to give you all your next question. And that would be, would you rather grow the world's largest pumpkin or be a world champion yodeler? Do let me know. And Nicole says, son is just going with a bunch of friends, senior year experience, and maybe back here in an hour or two. And that's okay. When I went to prom both years, I didn't have a date. I just went with my friends and danced with my friends. So hopefully he goes out there and he dances his heart out and has some punch and some snack food. And maybe they go out to eat at like a burger joint or something and just have a great time. And Kat says, "What a question." Yeah, can you tell that this one came straight from my brain? Because I would ask something like this. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get the timer up here. We got another 45 minutes up on the clock. Also, I love the new like backgrounds and the new cat colors and everything that the creator did. I think they look so good. Very happy with them. But oh, hang on, let me see here. Oop. And Nicole says they've all been friends since elementary, so it's a big hurrah before we move. Oh, I'm sure your son is probably like sad to be leaving there, but I'm sure he will make a lot of new friends. So wishing you all the best with the move. And that's a great note to go out on too. Kat says they're both fun choices, but you gotta pick one. And Kat says, I think that's a fun way to spend prom, Nicole. Yeah, I completely agree. All right, everyone. Be sure to answer the question. Got the timer up here, and I will see you on a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did on that last sprint. I made it to page 56 in Mad Honey. Actually, I don't think I even looked at how many total pages there are in this book. Oh, there's recipes in the back. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I'm going to have to go through these. Oh, that's so cute. They have one called, let me make myself big. There we go. They have one called a bee's knees cocktail. How very fun. It's got gin in it. I have a little bit of gin. They also have a queen bee cocktail. Oh, which has bourbon. Very, very nice. So yes, this book has 432 pages. So page 56. It's still very early on. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather grow the world's largest pumpkin or be a world champion yodeler? Let's see what y'all had to say. Let's see. And Jamie said, same, Alex. If you live closer, I'd be inviting you over for trivial pursuit parties and ethnic food dinner parties. That's what I like attending and hosting. Well, I really appreciate that, Jamie. Thank you. And honestly, I would come because it sounds like a lot of fun. And Nicole says, sounds great, Jamie. I agree. Faye says, yodele, hee me. I love that. Zach says, yodele, 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 hee hoo. I can't yodel, but I could pretend. And Nicole says, and wait, how do you know I'm not already the world champion yodeler? On the off chance that I'm not, I'd pick yodeler. Okay. Faye says, we'll all have to be tied for world champion. Yeah, that's true. Very, very true. Jamie says, I'd have fun with the garden big enough and successful enough to grow the pumpkin, so I'll take the pumpkin. I would have to agree with you, Jamie, because for me, if I grow the world's largest pumpkin, that means that I can also make the world's largest jack-o'-lantern, which is the greater success for me. I would get 2 records in one. Robert says, at first I read throw, not grow, pumpkin. For me, that would mean my farming skills were off the charts. Yeah, so true. You would like never run out of food. Zach says, you can buy a yodeling pickle online. Sorry for the spelling. It wasn't posting. I have seen the yodeling pickle and I hate it, but I do think it's a funny gag gift. And that's usually what people buy it for. So, if you just want like a regular or a random pickle to put around that makes noise and surprises and confuses people, yodeling pickle. Alicia, hello. And Alicia says, hello, Alex and friends. I'll be lurking, getting ready to watch the Barbie movie with family. Nice. I still have yet to see that. I didn't get to see Barbie or Oppenheimer, so I didn't get to experience the Barbenheimer thing that movie theaters were doing. I missed out. And you said, I asked my husband the question, and his answer is he would rather be a world champion yodeler because it is more annoying and you could do it forever. That's true. Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the pumpkin once it started decaying, I mean, you'd need like a ton of equipment. But I mean, also, if you're that successful of a farmer, you probably have the means to do it. I'm still going with pumpkin. I think it's funny, though, that he'd want to pick the more annoying option. You said, I'm also reading Sweet Nightmare by Tracy Wolf, currently 250 of 474. Hey. We're both reading books of a similar size. And Faye says, I read 27 pages. Nice. Go ahead, because we're moving right along tonight. We don't have as many people here, and so not as many comments to go through. So you can let me know if you would like another 45-minute sprint, because I'm kind of looking at this and we're already at, I did not give a thumbs down. 2 thumbs up. Give me my fireworks. There we go. I would say because we're already at 3 hours and 16 minutes, when we do another 45, that's going to put us right at about the 4-hour mark. And if we did another 45 after that, we would be just under 5 hours. So I would say that I'm comfortable. I'm feeling good tonight. So I think I could do 2 more 45s if that works for all of you. And then we'll probably call it an evening at that point, because it'll be close to 10 if we do 2 more. Nicole said, or 10, I should say, Eastern Standard Time. And Nicole says, time to choose my next book, The Lincoln Highway, The Ambassadors, or How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House. I have to go with How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House. Oh, that's such a cool title. That's my vote. I'm voting for that one. Kat says, World Champion Yodeler. And Storm says, Hi, everyone. Hi, Storm. Good to see you. You said, I'm finishing up my chapter for the night in The Mysteries of Paris. And then I will start Blue Moon by James Ponty, a middle grade. Very nice. And I hope that you are having a great time. And Kat said 45. Thank you, Kat. And Storm says, giant pumpkin, as it means I am a great gardener. Yes, I'm with you. Kat says, I'm home again. Well, good, Kat. You get 2 more full sprints if you feel like staying for both of those. Oh, and Kat says, I second Alex's choice, Nicole. Oh, cool. Yes. The How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House. Zach says, did you ever try a cherry pie cocktail? It's the one with cranberry juice and amaretto. I have not had that, but I would probably love it because amaretto is good, though I've only ever had it really in an amaretto sour. But if you mix it with cranberry, I mean, cranberry's delicious. Like, cranberry is one of my favorite flavors of like martinis and really any kind of mixed drink. If there's a cranberry and pomegranate juice in it, chances are I'm probably ordering it. So I definitely need to have that cherry pie cocktail. If you have recommended that before, Zach, I apologize. Like, you all give me so many good recommendations. I cannot keep track of everything. I just try so hard, but I just can't. All right. I made a note. Maybe I could try that this coming week while I'm off. Like, try a new cocktail. That sounds like fun. And then Nicole says, I'm almost caught up, Storm. Good job. Excellent job. Well, that puts us at the end of our comments here. So I will go ahead and I have made it a habit now. This is going to be the 3rd time I'm doing it. So it's like officially a thing that I do. Where I want to ask you all, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Tell me whatever your positive thing is that you're proud of. And it can be big, it can be small. It doesn't matter. It just has to be something that you're proud of. Feeling the positivity of life. And Kat, I also wanted to ask you, was it Andrew who ended up having his appendix taken out? My apologies if it was not, but if it was him, how is he doing? And Storm says, Nicole, can't wait to see your thoughts. LOL. Awesome. All right, everybody. Well, I got my question put up there, and then I will get the timer reset. I'll get it started, and I will wish you all another happy sprint, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. It was our second to last sprint. I am now going to be on the very last chapter of Born a Crime, which is the longest chapter, and it's the one about Trevor's mom and her life. And I swapped back over to reading Mad Honey, and I am on page 63. So, tonight has been a really good night for reading. I can't believe I'm already almost done with Born a Crime, which is awesome. Well, I say already when I was technically reading it last week, so that's not exactly fast, but time flies by anymore, so it felt fast to me. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing that you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And I am really excited to hear these things. Let's see. And Nicole said, oh boy, I just finished chapter 9 and should probably be able to do 10 and 11 tomorrow. Good job. And Robert said, most proud of probably my daughter and I regularly going to the monthly jazz concerts at the library and only buying 4 books this week. Well, great job. And a jazz concert sounds like a ton of fun. I really enjoy jazz. So I hope that you all have a fabulous time at regularly going monthly. How many months have you gone? And Kat says, yes, Andrew. Okay, good. Glad you asked. He went to his follow-up appointment this afternoon. Yay! And was cleared to go back to work tomorrow. Woohoo! No abscess developed and healed perfectly. We are all so grateful. Well, I'm very happy to hear that for him, Kat, and for you, because I know he's your son and, you worry about your children more than, anybody in the world. So that is just fantastic news, and I'm glad to hear he's doing a lot better. Zach says, I made 2 foolish mistakes while cooking, but it was still good. The food was a rice pie with hamburger crust. That sounds very intriguing and also quite delicious. I'm glad you loved it. Kat says, filming and editing my March wrap up was my accomplishment for the week. Good job, Kat. I got a notification that you, I think, tagged me or you mentioned me in the video, so I will be watching that very soon. I didn't get the opportunity to do that today. So, my big thing that I accomplished over the last week is this past Sunday, Keaton and I finished putting up brand new chain link fence, and it was 100 feet of fencing. And it took a lot of work because the prior owner, before I bought the house, her dogs had completely destroyed it, and her boyfriend had taken all of these 8-foot boards that were really heavy and used like industrial wire and rebar and everything to put it up against the fence to hold it in place, and finally got around to actually replacing it because it was definitely a 2-person job. I was really grateful that Keaton wanted to help with that because it made the process so much smoother, but it still took us a whole day and then 3 to 4 hours the prior night for us to work out the kinks of how to do it so that we could hit, Sunday with our feet on the ground and just running and ready to go. We both got really sunburned, but the fence looks absolutely fantastic. And so was able to load up everything, got some boards cut, borrowed my neighbor's table saw, split everything, loaded up the old chain link, took it over to the dump, got that unloaded, came back to the house. And then today I put out the no dig fencing around the perimeter so that Barker couldn't push the fence or anything. I mean, it's pretty tight anyway, but I'm just an overly cautious dog mom. So it was a crap ton of work to go into this week, but it feels really good. It's dang, I got a new roof and I got a new fence in the span of 3 weeks. So it feels almost like a whole new house. And I have some artwork that's coming for my office. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it up yet, but I ordered it from individual artists on Etsy, and it's all really fun stuff. So I'm just, yeah, it was good. And then the fact that I'm now going to be on vacation, it's all good stuff. And Zach says, and I did recommend that cocktail the first or second week I was here around Thanksgiving. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Zach. And again, I'm sorry that I forgot that, and I definitely should try it. We have some amaretto in the fridge. I just would have to get the cranberry juice. Jessica says, accomplishment 1, filming a book haul. Woohoo! Accomplishment 2, going grocery shopping without smacking people over the head. That is awesome. I look forward to seeing what you hauled as well. I said, also, hi, I'm back. Good. I'm glad that you made it back. And Kat says, I love that you refrain from smacking people at the store, Jessica. Me too. And Faye says, I negotiated a good deal for my parents switching our Wi Fi TV providers and dealt with it well when a bunch of strangers were roaming around the house installing it. Good job, Faye. Yeah, having people come into the house is stressful for anything, even when it's like a routine maintenance item. So good job on handling that. Jessica says, thank you, Kat. I thought I did very well. And you say, Kat, I still need to do my March wrap up in April. LOL. Yeah, I'm not doing a March wrap up. I'm going to actually, or not March, sorry. I did my March one. I'm not doing an April one. I'm going to tie my April one in with my May because my reading month for April, I only read 2 books, and I can't really do a wrap up for that when one of the books got its own review. So I figured it would just be easier to just kind of tie them in later because May is already off to a much better start. Like I'm going to have, I mean, I don't know exactly how many books I'm going to end with, but I think I might, if I'm lucky, end with like 5 read. But since I have the week off next week, it might even be more than that. And Kat says, Jessica, glad to see I'm not the only one behind now. I can start writing my April reviews. No, you're not the only one behind, Kat. You're not even really behind. You're on your own schedule. That's the thing that I've started telling myself is like the only one putting pressure on me to make any sort of video or a specific kind of content is me. So you're just on your own schedule. Nicole says, I made it to Friday. And that is a success. And I am glad that you are here, and I'm glad that you made it to the end of the week. Robert says, concerts going since December of 2022. Wow. The library also works with local churches. That is so cool that you and your daughter have been going monthly since December of 2022. I love that for you. Nicole said, read the first few chapters in my new book. So far, so good. Awesome. And Zach says, got to chapter 23. It's starting to speed up in the last third. I'm liking it. Good. It's wonderful. Kat says, you got a lot accomplished, Alex. Thank you. Yes, I felt very accomplished. I had like some stuff that was stressing me during the week, but I am actively working on managing my stress levels. And I'm very happy to say that so far I've been mostly successful. Like it's a skill that I'm building, and that's going to take time, especially because of like the habits that I have, which aren't great habits. But it was this past week was a much better week for me than like anything that I dealt with in March because March was just bleh, hate March. I hate the month of March. So yeah, so it's all going fine. Kat says, "Oh, thanks for that, Alex. Yeah, I'm kind of starting the pressure off because I can't create time. Oh, starting to take the pressure off. Yes, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad that you're doing that for yourself. You've been doing a lot. There's much more excitement to be had in the year, and if you burn yourself out this early, you're not going to have a good time, and I would hate to see that happen to you. I've already like been talking to some people who've gotten burnt out and have like quit making content on YouTube, and it's a bummer. And I definitely don't want that to happen to you. And you're so like last time I saw your subscriber count, you were like very nearly at 1,000. Let me look. Have you made it? 991, Kat. Oh my God. Look at you go. That's fantastic. You're going to get that in no time. I'm so happy for you. By the next time that I have another sprint next week, you're going to be at 1,000. I know it. That's so awesome. And I will also go ahead and I will get our next question put up. and it'll be our last sprint for the night is going to be another 45 minutes. So thank you all for answering that about what you accomplished that over the week that felt very good. And hmm, my next question for you is, would you rather shout all the time or only be able to whisper? There you go. Kat says, "Don't shout it too loud, Alex." Well, I guess you know what my answer is for this question, Kat. And I'm gonna shout it at the rooftops, Kat. Yeah, sorry everybody if I just completely blasted your ears out. I really do have a voice that carries. But I will go ahead and get if I can click on the right thing, Alex. There we go. 45 minutes up on the clock. And again, sorry everybody if I just like hurt everyone. I feel really bad about that. But I will go ahead, get this started. I wish you all happy reading for the last sprint, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come back from the final sprint. Let me know how you did. I have made it to page 77 in Mad Honey. I took a little bit of a break there towards the last 10 minutes because I wanted to check in on the Brewer game, and Keaton came in to visit for a minute, so didn't get quite as much reading done as I could have in that last sprint, but I did get some done, so that was good. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather shout all the time or only be able to whisper? And Kat was saying before we left that she didn't want me to shout too loudly about her subscriber count. She said, I just don't want the universe to hear because I'll lose 10 subscribers overnight. No, you won't. I don't believe that that will happen. You've been consistently ticking up for a long time now. And Zach says, whisper. It's even an effective intimidation tactic in some situations. There you go. I like that. Robert says, both are mutually bad, or excuse me, both are brutally bad. Everyone hears you or no one hears you. Yes, that's why you have to pick the the lesser of the two evils. Faye says, I'd rather be a whisperer, not that kind of whisperer. Walking Dead fans. And Zach says, the pie I mentioned is very simple. You need 1 medium onion, 1 green bell pepper, both finely chopped, 16 ounces of canned tomato sauce, 1 pound of ground beef, 12 ounces of shredded cheddar, a fourth a cup of Italian breadcrumbs, 2 cups of cooked brown rice. You use minute rice. Oven at 350 degrees. Mix half the onion, pepper, tomato sauce, and all the breadcrumbs with ground beef. Form into a crust in a deep pie pan. Now that sounds really good. You said mix 2/3 of the cheese and the rest of the ingredients with rice, put in crust, bake 30 minutes, top with rest of cheese, bake 10 minutes more. Enjoy. Heck yeah, sounds great. Faye says, I think I'll be able to see the northern lights from my house in a few minutes. Oh, I hope you did. Never seen them before. I haven't seen them either, but that's amazing. I would love to be able to see them from my house. Kat says, this question is tough because shouting and whispering are both bad for your vocal cords. However, I'm picking whispering because I can hydrate to help alleviate dehydration. Okay, there you go. And you said, also, I wouldn't run the risk of someone harming me for blowing out their eardrums with my shouting. I'm so glad I do not really have to choose one or the other. Yeah. In all honesty, for me, the natural choice, like the one that my voice gravitates towards, is shouting. If you have ever heard, well, you haven't, but if you ever did, I'll put it that way. Hear some members of my family, like it's very loud, like just excessively loud, but it's unintentional. It's not loud for the sake of trying to be dramatic or trying to like one up anybody. It's just that's the noise level. And I ended up inheriting the set of lungs where my voice just carries if I want it to. So it would be easy for me to shout, but I don't wanna. I don't want everybody to be able to hear what I'm saying. And plus, shouting people are generally regarded in a very negative light. So I would choose whispering, which would suck, but I would figure it out. At least I carry around a tiny microphone that like broadcasts my speech, like a megaphone or something, so I can whisper into it and it'll make it louder. And Nicole says, whisper, especially right now. So sleepy. Oh, well, we're almost done, I promise. Don't have to listen to my annoying shouting voice anymore. Faye says, just my luck. As soon as it got dark, it started to rain. I'll check again later. No, that's terrible. I'm sorry. Robert says, whisper. And Jessica says, shh, whisper, whisper, because then I can be mean without people knowing. I am a nice person, lol. Are you? Are you truly? I believe that you are. He said, and whispering can be very soothing for some people. That's true. If you could only whisper, your entire life would be ASMR. Just make a channel and it would be your life. And Kat says, yes, I get it, Alex. I'm naturally loud also, and my voice carries as well. I don't think you've ever blown anyone's eardrums out, though, on your own sprint, so I think that's good. Zach says, got some reading done. My favorite character didn't make it. No, but I'm really liking it. I'm glad that you're still liking it. That sucks when your favorite character doesn't live, though. Hate that. Well, I will definitely say that tonight I've had a great experience with reading both of these books. I'm having a good time, which feels awesome after so long of reading things that I didn't enjoy. It all got turned around when I read Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus. And, things just started picking up from there. So all is well and right with the world. But I will say, then I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It has been over 5 hours, and that is a long time for a Friday night. May you enjoy life until next week and think of all the things that you're proud of that you have accomplished by the time that we get to next Friday, because I will ask you about it and I want to hear about all the awesome things that you have done, even the small stuff. And Kat says, whispering can be kind of creepy. Yes, it can. But shouting is extremely aggressive. So if I had to choose between one of those, I would rather somebody think I'm creepy than think I'm aggressive. Because then I could at least like I don't know, teach them that I'm not creepy versus like aggressive. Like there's no way to not sound aggressive when you're shouting at everybody. Robert says, "Have a great night." I won't actually shout. That would be terrible. My poor sweet dog is sleeping over here. Kat says, "Thanks, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone." To you as well. Angel said, "Good night, Alex. Thank you." Thank you, Angel. Glad you hung out. Faye says, "Good night. Good night to you too." Jessica says, "May you enjoy life also, Alex." Thank you, Jessica. I think I shall. It will be great. Good night. Oh, and Nicole, I can't leave you. Nicole says, "Thanks for the sprints." Night, everyone. Good night to you too.